Okay, why did it disable my mic? What the hell? That makes no bloody sense. Okay, well, that's fixed. OBS, why? Why are you stupid? All set up yesterday. Why is it complete? Anyway, good morning, guys. So today is going to be time to go on with the story here in Heavensward of Final Fantasy. Last stream, we ended up finishing off the arc, beating up the poor old man who turned out to be not such a poor old man, and basically defeating Archbishop Thornton. Next, we have an arc involving the Warriors of Darkness and likely Nidhogg as well. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get dived into this one. Check one last device, because chances... Oh yes, it did change it back to default. Fuck you. Okay. Oh, everything feels funny. Here we go. Roller, come on. Yay, malfunctions. There we go. Now it's working. Hello, Polar. How are you doing? Welcome on in. That's excellent. Huh? Always good to hear. Alright. And we're right where we need to be to continue the story, of course. Excellent. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that fast. That was probably... They show a lot of Genshin Impact. I'm afraid I've never really touched it. When I found out it was one of those gacha games, I kinda ran the other way screaming. I kind of avoid those games like the plague now because, well, Mabinogi wasn't good for my wallet. I can play the game now without spending anything, but really, why would I want something that just makes the game worse in order to make it? But if you enjoy it, that's good for you. But I probably won't touch Genshin. Or are you referring to the ads that appeared on the channel when you said showing a lot of it? I ever kind of wonder what kind of ads they keep showing on my channel. I think someone said there was like some sort of weird Burger King ad or something once. And I know Crafty Fox had some Magnum condom ad on theirs, which was kind of awkward considering their content. Blessed with the power of the Echo and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is it the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventurers. I would not soon forget their like. Nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Frank Thancred found Thel. Ah, the memories. Seems like only yesterday did I slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers has been traveling the land slaying primals without our knowledge. It would imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us not. There is far too much we do not know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Daphnia must be informed. News may render her more receptive to Sir Amaric's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you need me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance in the search for Menphilia. Wait, Menphilia is missing. I thought she escaped with Thel. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. I feel I kind of suck at the voices, but I like to try anyway. What's that? Jumping attack with potency. Funky. Hello, pony. How you doing? Oh, come on in. We're just starting after meeting the Warriors of Darkness for the first time. Had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks for Daphnia, but it was not what we came for what we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who has been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low. Once more, you mortals have where my own kind did fail. Have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take the credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardians' invitation? As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years I have mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth, she wrapped herself in a dream. Yet the world will remember her deeds, for truth she fought. For justice, sinned. For redemption, she sacrificed, became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, heal, or be it for foe or woe. Such is the folly and glory of man, and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep the faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Amaric's invitation. Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer. I will convey your words to our allies without delay. It is happening, Ysael. Would that you were here to see it.
as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another. Honorable men, to whom Sir Emeric was no hero, but a scheming patricide. Honorable men who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
People don't like change. Not in the slightest. Even when it would be for the benefit of all. Such is one of the follies of man. Hello, Waterios. Good morning and welcome in. Nice to see you today. Nice to see everyone. The voice volume? Huh. No, I don't. Ah! How's this for a difference? Can you hear the game audio as well as the microphone as well? I want to make sure people can hear the in-game dialogue. Just a little bit? Alright. How's this? What do you think? Having another's ears on this is always helpful. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Audio is a pain in the tuchus. Fortunately, the journey afforded us ample time to brief Thancred on recent events. You slew a handful of primals, chatted with the Emperor of Garlemald, uncovered the truth behind a 1,000-year war, thwarted a megamaniacal archbishop's ambitions, and then rode home on the back of the Father of Dragons. Does that about sum it up? Well then. When you say it that way, it sounds really fucking absurd, doesn't it? Right. Let us not keep Sir Emeric waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, quite well. Forgive me. You have given me rather a lot to digest, this whole affair with the Ashgardians and Dravanians, and our friends nowhere to be found. It would seem there is no end to our troubles. We can but face them head on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you as they found me. In time, we will find Yida, and Papalimo, and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Pray, do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. I know, you will. So then, to the congregation. Um, um... Oh good, you're back. Things got a bit heated while you were away. You have returned. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnia has accepted Sayameric's invitation. She has! These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Court Commander would be here to hear them. Is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife in the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? The chirurgeons tell me he will make a full recovery, but Lord Edmont and Lord Arturiel have been on hand when the assassin struck. He would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise, and we've been dousing the fires, but not every one of them. For everyone we put out, 2 more would start up. Casualties a mountain, especially in the Broom. 'Tis plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Until they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Then let us be about it. Babies! Oof. The flames are spreading. We need to begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found, suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there's a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city, in both the pillars and the foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphinaud and Mistress Yustola, I would have you take charge of the investigation in Foundation. As you wish. Mayhap Tataru can be of assistance as well. Meanin, Thel, and me get the pillars. Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue striking a pose over there be joining us? Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and may I say it is a pleasure to meet you too, my lady. I bet the name's Hilda. Hilda. Sayune? There I was just thinking I found an old fellow ruffian amongst these illustrious personages. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching efforts. If you learn aught of the value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. While we could begin sifting through the charred rubble and questioning random passerby, In my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. I, the infamous Lord Amalian de Forton, lover of women and wine, though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Thel. He'll be at the Crozier, most like, making an effort to be seen, so let's go and see him. Grizzled, I will accept, but old. Dick burn, Hilda. You know what? I think I need to move something up. Hang on. One moment, guys. I gotta clean something up for ease of use for stream. Where's the button? There we go. That'll be a lot more visible now. It's not overlaying the game chat. Now it's a lot more legible. Excellent. That's good. Okay. So to the Crozier we go. Ah, Master Barian, I fear Lord Emilian has once strayed from the path. As has so been often the case, his renewed enthusiasm for martial training gave way to frustration and disinterest at the first sign of difficulty. Well, well, if this isn't Thel, dearest of all my friends, you're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old boy? Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, that, and awfully curious. Wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. Oh, in case you were wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who lost their homes. Sir Emmerich's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man. Not even a knife in the ribs could keep him from doing his duties. Actually, old boy, if you are thinking of questioning refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplon while you conduct your inquiries. I would offer words of comfort to distressed and despondent young maidens. Wait a minute. I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old boy. I will have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well. If it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch those arsonists. That was not entirely what I'd hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the Hoplon, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good just to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city all by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Oh, man, he's getting dressed down constantly today, isn't he? Wow. Poor Thancred. The Hoplon. Come, my brothers and sisters, there is food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica. Alone's blessings be upon you, Father. I confess, we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop, Aceramic, and the Javanians. Trust in your heart, brother. Pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, sir? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone far too long. Would that I would do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere. It was so hot, I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. I think I have an idea what's going on here. Call it the cynic in me, but I think that perhaps some of the theocrats ended up doing that to try to push people back into the arms of the Basilica. Would make sense for that to be the case. Finished then? Ah, there you are. Anything to share? You'll require more than the meddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we were to investigate the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near St. Remenard's Cathedral, another near the Tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Oh, hello! Welcome on in, Afterthought. thank you ever so much for the raid. How's it going? How you been doing? Thank you for the follow, Jack. Welcome on in. For those who are new here, I tend to go... My name is Lorgans. I tend to go for a lot of retro games, MMOs, and maybe some VR here and there, hopefully again. But I've been lazy about the VR stream. That said, how was your stream, Afterthought? Paraenigma. Ah. I think that was for Super Nintendo, right? Ah. Well, welcome in either way. Glad to have you come and choose us to bring your community to today. And hope you all have a nice, comfortable time. We've just been going through some storyline of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. Ah, yes. Square. More Square games. Woo! Oh, just Enix? Well, they're technically the same company now. Hello, Kayla. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. But yeah, I remember Dragon Quest being one of my faves early on. I really want to play 7 on stream, but oh good god, that will take for fucking ever. Kinda. The games were all good, though, and it's not like anything really kind of went to pot. Except me... Well, that was interesting. That was a thud. Whoa, dude. Oh, like, wait, what? Thud? That's not the first time I've had someone photobomb that way. That was funny. Usually people just park themselves in strange places they know I'm going to go. Or there was one raid where another Final Fantasy XIV streamer came in and had several people in his chat come in and ambush me at the Jeweled Crozier. That was pretty funny. I couldn't stop giggling. Thank you for the follow, So Mia. Much appreciated. Anyway. Fun. Speaking of Final Fantasy, I ended up picking up 3 and X and X2 collection on the Square Enix sale, which is currently going on. So yeah, there's a sale of Square games if you guys are interested. Which is a pretty cool thing, come to think of it. Let's see. Yeah, you should. They're good. Also, by the way, for those interested, the Final Fantasy XIV free trial lasts up through Heavensward at this point. So, you get to play through all this I'm doing currently for free. So you get the first base game, and then the first expansion to play through. Granted, if you're not a subscriber and don't own the game, you do have a lot of features missing, such as being unable to access the market board and other things. But it will give you a very good taste of what the game has to offer. I wholeheartedly recommend it. Just be sure that if you go for it, make sure that if you have a friend or someone else, make sure you get their referral code, because it can actually get you an item that can boost your XP, such as the Friendship Circlet. And if they get enough referrals, they can also get themselves a cool mount. That said, also make sure that you do the Trials of the Novice when you unlock the first dungeon, because that gives you a very decent first set of armor, as well as a ring which boosts your XP again for characters up to it for classes up to a certain level. Oh, one last thing. If you're going to get the game and start new, I'd recommend making sure that you know the data center that your friends are going to play on. But if there's a preferred server available on that data center, and you're okay with transferring later, you can take advantage of the Road to 70 buff, which increases the leveling speed of your classes below 70. Besides that, take a look at what's on sale on that. They got some pretty neat old games there. Moving on, though. Back to the story we go! Haha! So, some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on 2 occasions when their target was a bastion of the Ishgardian orthodoxy. Ooh, the plot thickens. Church arsonists, burning down homes to push people into the arms of the church. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphanod will doubtless have an opinion. Well, Alfie always has an opinion on things. Are they always right? No, but he's pretty smart. That noise freaked me out, and I don't know why. Ah, there they are. You should have seen the way Alpha No tackled him. Good. Now you are here, we can proceed with the interrogation. Silence will avail you not, sir. Ah, Thel, I was about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words. He did not, though he insisted. Let me go, damn it! You've got the wrong man! Aye, but you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile! Look at me! Aye, that you are, after a fashion. But you should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped his leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but these highborn types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He's the one who told me to keep going. Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Furies' work, he said. I had left it behind, tried to, with all my heart. Said my prayers every day like a good man, but he came to me. He came to me. There you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. That was incredible, Thancred. How did you know he would confess? Hello, Furs. How you doing? Welcome on in. Well, I have seen his like before, a troubled soul, manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. Ah, sleep is beautiful, is it not? Sleep is delicious. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. And if our captive had called your bluff? Must we entertain hypotheticals? The world is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, you have at least confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. Good fucking God, Furs, don't do that to yourself. That's not healthy, hon. Gotta think of your health and safety. But I imagine you'd sleep like a fucking boulder afterwards. Yes, about that. I think it's better to get your sleep evenly spaced out, dude. Please be careful. I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Da, 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 da. But yeah, hire an ant to burn down houses and then have the church embrace the newly homeless and feed them. What a way to get people to come back to the church after having destroyed their credibility by exposing the fact that they perpetuated a 1,000-year war. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak. Though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master, he will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Arterial. Have you come to see your father? He is attending Sir Amaric in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring this salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. Quick question. Do you have if you don't have, well, we've already gone past that point, and, I can fill you in, or do you intend to play this game on your own eventually? Up to you. Basically, the Ishgardian Church has been using a lie from a long time ago about a war to perpetuate it and keep themselves in power for basically a millennia. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, basically, I guess you could say that would be a real-world comparison. Let's be honest. Unfortunately, most religions, be they fictional or non-fictional, have blood on their hands. In fact, I could say that about the human race as a whole. But I'm not going to get too much more deeply into that, as it's a bit of a messy topic. I didn't know that you'd beat it, though, in all honesty. I can't keep track of who's done what. My Lord Arturiel did not seem in the best spirits. Here's the thing, though. It's wrong to say that churches and whatnot are entirely awful. Because, let's be honest, they serve a great many people and offer comfort to many. But would it be nice if they have a little bit more respect for people outside their influence? That's all I'd like. Yeah. Alfie is a teenager, and he gets in over his head occasionally, too. But you get to watch him grow up, and I fucking love it. But yeah, Alphinaud is actually very young. Think child prodigy put into situations that are way over his head. He's very intelligent, but he isn't very wise. He gets that wisdom as time goes on, though. Hello, Ender. How you doing? It's little wonder, Mouse Alphinaud. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother, not yet cold in the grave. I wonder what that choker's gonna look like. Nope, not visible on this. Ah, well. Hello, Shripe. Can't sleep? Aw. Sorry to hear that, hon. Well, welcome in all the same. And if you manage to fall asleep in here, well, no worries. Sleep is good. Woke up when my little shit of a cat decided to go ahead and nuzzle me awake for 5 minutes before the alarm went off. As goes light, so goes darkness.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Actually, most of the influence here is probably French, at least from how the characters' names are pronounced. Though it could be a mix. Like House Photon. Or Cayanarte, or something like Damile. Things like that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a mix, though.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
I think that I'm kind of... Yeah, Levier. But that's Charlayan, I believe. Alphino Levier. Then you have, Alamigo. Which I'm not quite sure of the influences for it, though. There's a lot of British Isles influences for Limsa Laminsa. There's a lot of Moorish / Middle Eastern vibes from Ul'dah. So perhaps the Isthmus of Spain, or Peninsula of Spain. That kind of area, along with a little bit more of a Moorish influence. And then you have Gridania, which I'm not quite sure about. But it seems to follow a lot more of the spiritual cultures, things like that.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Reformation never comes easy. Where's my good kid?
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
Honestly, though, I think every government should always be secular. Flat out. Religion and politics have no place in which they are acceptable to mingle. For the defense of both sides of the equation.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
We are in your debt.
Well, here's the thing. Final Fantasy is not so much a setting but a collection of ideas. That's what the series really is, overall. Generally speaking, the games are all separate universes that could exist on their own, typically. However, they all share similar themes. One of which is often the tyranny of organized religion. You can see it in this game, and in Final Fantasy X, illustrated very heavily.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Yeah, I need to play that on stream eventually. I picked up the remastered edition on the sale. Which, if you have not played it, pick it up and play it. It's good. Okay? And it's got more content than you can shake a fucking stick at. Hey, if you like Final Fantasy VII, that's okay. Personally, I think the story was a bit dry and the characters a bit flat, but the battle system in it was superb. I loved it. I don't know if I'm going to go back and finish it, though, on stream, but I think I might give it a try, at least.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms, then, friends. Time...
I'd be more likely to play the 7 remake if it was turn-based. I'm tired of the action bent they seem hell-bent on forcing on the series. Now here's the thing. What I want is the better graphics, better fleshed out story of the Final Fantasy VII Remake with the turn-based battle mechanics pulled straight from the original. Give me that, and I'll consider that the best interpretation of the game. I've been told Final Fantasy X and X-2 have additional content, which basically means they're the definitive edition. Now, that said, if you pick up Final Fantasy III, bear in mind that it does not like things like hardware monitors and stuff like that. So try to run as few programs in the background as possible when playing it, otherwise it'll crash. That's what I don't like, is that all these newer games don't let people have patience. They don't pace anything. Like, come on. I like the depth of older, slower MMOs. This one I like because it has controller support, and the story is a fucking beast. Absolute brilliance in writing. And it gets better. From Heavensward onward, it just hits like a train. I never had an MMO make me fucking cry. Dofus and Wakfu. They're turn-based strategy ones. Those have turn-based. I didn't really get deep into them, though. I didn't have a group that played them. My gaming background, I started with RuneScape, the original, like RuneScape 2. In other words, old school RuneScape currently, as my first MMO. It kind of snuck by my parents because it didn't seem like an MMO. Then I ended up going for World of Warcraft for a little while. I couldn't pay for the sub, so I tried some other older games like Anarchy Online. What are some others? I even played EverQuest a bit. Well, dude, you just gotta find a group that wants to play it with you. I know that may be difficult sometimes, but given enough time, you'd probably be able to find a guild or group to play with. Me, I'm surprised I have enough people to keep playing, to almost have a, like 4 out of 6 people in a party in Final Fantasy XI while I'm leveling. That makes me fucking giddy. What was I doing? Oh yeah, pillars. Oof. But yeah. Wakfu is interesting from what I understand. It also had a pretty cool animated series too. What surprised me is I think it's actually a French IP too. I'm actually kind of curious to see what kind of games come out of different countries, honestly. I'm quite sure there's some I've never heard of in other places in the world. But everything that I know of just drowns out everything else. I played it once or twice, but again, I didn't really have anyone to play it with. Unfortunately, MMOs take a lot of time investment to get the most out of them, though. And currently I've got 2 on my plate, Final Fantasy XIV and 11. Though I might rotate 11 out with others now and then. Or 14, depends on whether I'm interested in. I'm actually pondering Anarchy Online or EverQuest again. I know girlfriend T-Fox wants to go ahead and play EverQuest sometime. Probably on a progression server. Come to think of it, everyone in chat, what are your favorite MMOs? And why? Yes, if you could link your Twitch to your Discord. Just so you know, though, I can easily tell you how to do so if you like. Simply open up your user settings. So go to Settings. And then you go to Connections. Hello, Freyer. EVE Online is a hot fucking mess that is best observed from a distance. I speak from experience on that one. But yeah, if you want to connect your thing to Twitch, go ahead and do so by going into your settings and then connections. Once you do that, send me or one of my moderators a message that you've read the rules and everything, and we'll go ahead and get you approved. Dopison Wakfu, lots of class options. Yes. So, from what I understand. We're going to the Jeweled Crozier. Crozier. Bap. Bap, bap, bap. Bap. Bep is bep. Yes, Bepis. Bepis. Ah. Well, there's other 2D MMOs, Jack. There's lots of MMOs you can probably run that way. I'm pretty sure you could run EverQuest on a potato with a dial-up modem. Oh, it's fine. You're good. I like chatty chats. They're awesome. Because I like talking to awesome people. Yes, Freyr. Boop. Alright, there we go. I'll go ahead and take care of that for you first. One moment. Do-do-do-do-do. Aha. There you go. You should be able to access most of the server now. Well, you're awesome too, because you're here. Oh, we have an encounter to go through. So, what class should we do? Should we go with Gunbreaker or go with Dancer? Yes, the music is awesome. It is divine. It is lovely. It is... Mwah! I'm not sure I want to be breathtaking, Shripe. I don't want people to die of asphyxiation. Indeed. January 1st. I'm 30. I'm what might be considered these days to be an old fart on Twitch. Then again, my choice of games might also point that out, considering my first game that I played on Twitch was a DOS game. Ah, nifty. That's funny, Shripe. All I know is I'm at least a good 20 years away before my midlife crisis. If I have one. Well, here's the thing. You want to feel old? Think of it this way. I and many others here probably grew up with Pokemon. And now we're seeing people our age give the game to their kids to play. How does that make you... How do you think that makes me feel? Hey, I've got my SNES right here on my desk. Up until a few days ago, it had a Super Game Boy in it with Donkey Kong for Game Boy. Oh, come on, Freyr, that's cheating. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go with Gunbreaker. Oh god, that didn't feel good. That felt like I was gonna throw up. Yay! Oh, that was uncomfortable. No, I don't want to barf. Dude, you know Super Mario's hard. I'd say at least go Super Nintendo. I feel game design was a little bit more fair there, but wasn't completely watered down. Honestly, though, difficulty is rather subjective. We have tons of hard games and tons of easy games now. I hope you have a CRT first. Listen well, we will enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. I am one claimed to serve under Thordan the Seventh. Might be the same true for the rest? Given the swiftness with which they seize control of the vault, I think it highly likely yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artorial, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honor if you chose to not risk your life for this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter, my shield will not break. Alone is my witness. We will bring these fanatics to justice. It's a T-Fox! Whoop that snoot. Hello. A foxer has been detected.
Ooh, do you want to become famous?
Oh! We had a bot that just got smacked. Ooh.
Let me just ban him.
Ban the bot! Ban the bot! Bring out your bots!
There we go. Banned.
Oh, that was a bit loud, huh?
Banned.
I've seen those effects, yes, Jack. I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. Alright, let's go ahead and blow up the fanatics. Yay! Rescue the hostages! Would seem our presence is unnoticed. Remember, saving the hostages takes precedence over everything else. Emmerich is awesome.
No you.
They've sounded the alarm. Here
The
we
alarm?
go. Yeah, that's what they call it.
Sound the alarm. You're about to become uncomfortably energetic. Should I try drawing more of that snack, you think?
Down with you!
So much for these people being holy men. They're trying to murder hostages.
They're men. They're men with holes.
I'm gonna poke some holes in them. We took the others somewhere. It all happened so quickly. I'm gonna use both bullets and a sword.
Sounds like Final Fantasy. I'll be right back.
Yep. And all the reason to make it crash down harder. There, Simonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. My word. Ha! The word of the heretic and kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the archbishop. Unlike you, Sir Ermic, I am a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial, then. Lord Arturio, Thelt, leave us and save the hostages. I'll deal with Sir Simonard. But where are the last hostages? There they are. No? I'm wrong. Fuck. Back to Emmerich? Shit. Hello, Jindal. How you doing?
This knight does not yield!
Yes, I have quite a few. I'm going to lose. Nope, I didn't. Fuck. Holy shit. God damn. Somebody clip that. What the hell? Holy shit. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend.
Where is he? Where is he? Come no closer! You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Oh, hang on. Oh, nuts. Sorry about that, dude. The bot is overzealous. I have links blocked for that. Once it times out, let me know and I'll go ahead and use the permit command for you, okay? Sorry about that. I really need to find a better solution for that. Then again, I think it would be... There we go. Hang on. One moment. There you go. Now you can do it. That's gonna have to watch that later. Put links in banned phrases. Maybe you could help me with that sometime. Actually, maybe I could get Kazuma to help me with that. Well, it would still get that link, dude.
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
What? But I...
Taz has been pretty good.
Vidafne!
I'll think about that first. I'll look into it.
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Yep, it did, by about an hour or so. And the priest's worst nightmare just happened.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee. I bear a message from my sire.
From Bracefelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Javanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horsefon in you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
Well, that was timely. Vidofnir must have been circling for hours. In the moments before Vidofnir appeared, I contemplated teleporting the girl. Thank the 12 I did not. This has been a day of surprises, has it not? It's but a pity Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well, time scarcely does it justice, but one moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that Ishgardians who yet harbour doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Ser Emmerich's words. Well, 'tis only meet that I inform Tataru of what occurred here. If we have need of me, I shall be in the Fortorn Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. A moment, Thel. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? You sense it too? A subtle change, imperceptible to most? I myself did not notice it at first, but on closer examination I saw his etheric flow has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain in the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. When he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But this is a little more than speculation, till I have proof. I speak no word of it. Welcome back, Shribe! Right then, I should be on my way. Trial has charmed Master Montoya for now, but who can say how long it will last? E-Fox. Boop. They deafened themselves. Boing, 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 boing. I don't have a boop command. Because I don't know how to do that stuff. More story! Oh, I know, you'll do your damnedest, won't you? It is, I bet.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
I know. So many people do.
But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house. Sir Emeric was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zamail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge.
Look at it. Please look at it. Hello, Tato. How you doing?
Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count? You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Horschiffon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Horschiffon. Will you be a brother to me as well? Come, Manelaine. There's much to be done. For father, and for Sir Emeric, and for Ishgard.
He's going like, oh god, you're serious!
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
Yeah, all being narrated by Count de Forton. From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Forton, Heavensward. As goes light, so goes darkness. You know, if someone actually does a novelization of this and writes that book, I'll probably fucking read it. Wind up, Horshavant! Ooh, yay! Something like that, I guess. This is thy proof, Garen Oracle, Apocrypha. It is a truth long forgotten, tale of the beginning, and of the path we have been set upon. All fates were ordained long ago, Garleans are no exception. All the Triad. No must be done. Well? Well? Everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Raugar, it better be. We cannot stay here forever, Yida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them. Every one. Those are Lalafell. They're basically gnomes. Think of it that way. Short, but no less capacity for evil. Alphino, Thel, I've been looking all over for you. We've received news regarding Philemon, Ori Boulder, and Coltonet. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Laminsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. And what wonderful news. To think our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphino. Ah, Thancred and Kryl. What brings the two of you here? Kryl and I have been looking into how to track down Minfilia. We may have found the answer. Well, When you were seeing Ul'dah with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, I see no reason to suspect it is not. It seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, it's still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such an intervention, however subtle, must surely leave a residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found, the battleground where Thel felled the Ultima weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. It was there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Trial and I will infiltrate the Khazthrim and analyze the ether therein. You two? Alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident that it will be sufficient nooks and crannies for which to hide Kryl while the patrol pass. Besides, if you and Thel came along, who will see to Philemon's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well. We'll trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but I will at least eliminate other avenues of inquiry. Kotaru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return. Why to impose upon you to meet them at Levinson Docks? Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Yes. This is Hrothgar, Buff Cat Daddy. In this case, he looks like Soft Boy. Because they're technically different species. Mikotai are thinks more like Nekomimis. Lalafell football! Yes. They are footballs. As you can see in probably many of the scenes, our dear boy Thel here does occasionally tend to get a little bit more snarly than other characters. Trust me, if you Google anything without safe search on it, with certain sects of fandoms, you're going to see porn. Rule 34 strikes again. Wahahaha! Well, they know what the thing about footballs, Darius. They bounce. Anyway, we're being horrible, aren't we? Limsa Lamensa! Here we go. Poof! Where are we going? Oh yeah, we're going Dark and Guild. I am singing it. Because I can! Is that, by the gods, it is you! Well met, thou well met! If it isn't thou, Balrian. Really, you didn't have to come all the way just for us. Philamen. Oh, Thel, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. What? What? Okay. What? What? Okay. It didn't like stupid and it didn't like twink. What? You got Autobot this. Shit, that was funny. Oh, that's great. Oh man. That's funny. Yes, you get ready for work, Freya. Hang on, you guys, be right back. I gotta get something for heartburn. One moment. Alright, I'm right back. I'm back. Woohoo! Back to 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. Worried about you every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity when they fell upon us in the market. It was all we could do to escape. Totteru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hanish vessel. Pained us not to being there when you needed us most. But we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltonet? Studies and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, at the vast distance. Those dark days are behind us at last. Be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me. I'm sure you were doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be. He watched over her from the first, long before me. And he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty, there is much to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, We shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit of the science and the long overdue reunion. Huzzah! Well, there you have it, to the Rising Stones. There we go. These are Mikote. They're not as big as Elizin or others.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
I mean, how does she live being so tiny?
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
Yep. Lalafell are tiny.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think.
Blip.
Hello,
15 years
Darius.
Past, when she was still but a child, there was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every science. In those dark days following the calamity,
not really.
she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
There's no way they could repair the thing that easily and that quickly. Fuck no. I expect there to at least still be a small crater there. Ordona. Back we go. No, I don't want that right now. Feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors. Friends and family, with whom we have shared so much. God's help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Something. There they are at last. Thank the 12. Must tell the children at once. They've all been so fond of Hori. Our comrades betrayed us. I feared all was lost. How wrong I was. Alien, F me. Fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and hearty. And what of Higiri? Yes, it does sound tasty, Jack. Very tasty. He is well. Though abroad on a mission at present. Just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. That the Lady Philemon I've heard so much about? Well, I'll have to introduce myself. I worry that Armgus is getting a bit carried away, but I suppose I can overlook it on this occasion. We could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions. It brings a buddy tear to the eye. Aye. I heard it from Alian. Where is she? Come to greet the songstress of Uldar. I should do it on my feet. To secrete oneself in a ship's hold to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. They were well rested. I should like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait, my friend? Come, there's no need to be shy. Pray grant me a moment longer, at least. I'm happy to oblige you. My legs are rather less accommodating. Oh my, decisions. Huzzah! He has returned! Together, my brother and I shall serve the Scions till the breaking of an 8th dawn. Okay, what in the 7 hells drove my little brother to come to Mordona? Why, you, brother. You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained that I might grow strong as you. That I might fight alongside you. Now that you are here, I sense that you may have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive you, brother. I studied the trials of the braves and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I would join the search. Been so long since I've seen them all like this. I am doing well, Jack. Just having another great stream. Too long. It was the chaos born of my foolish ambition that forced them to flee. Though they returned, there are others yet missing. Others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphinaud. I just know we will. Menfila, Yida, Papalimo, every last one. And when they walk through these doors, they'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. I think we have a new dungeon coming up. Yay. Dungeon! Tancred and Kryl taunted us just a moment ago. It seems that their foray into the castrum bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them in Y'shtola at Adelshire, where they share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect we shall forgive me in return if I return with her daughter. And teleport, teleport, da-da, teleport. Here we go. Here we go! Yeet!
My ears.
How's Philemon, by the way? Enchanting as ever, I trust? I'll have to pay my respects when the time follows. Bows. It was rather less than I hoped, though mayhap I asked too much. My apologies, it seems I am the last to arrive. So what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the site of the Ultima weapon's destruction, a ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms draw a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val. I believe Heidelin shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Silde Aqueducts. Heidelin, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared to have that not 2, but 3 beings had been affected. Yet unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now recall your visions of the vast crystal floating in the sea of ether. This too is a theory. Studies of gifted subjects suspect that, when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. Are you implying, I take it, that Heidelin guided Menfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her body and soul into the ethereal sea. In which case, we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Antitower, a Charlayan construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Antitower? Had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. That old woman must be getting a little bit flustered by how many times people visit her for help. Waddle, 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 Durgan. Hello, Crimson! How are you doing? Welcome on in, you good burb. And how was your stream? Pray tell. Murder by numbers. Not quite sure I know what that is. Oh geez, that just sounds a bit silly, but okay. We've just been trundling along to the story of the game here. It does sound a bit peculiar, yeah. Well, as long as you had fun, that's what matters, isn't it? Welcome in all the same. Thanks for stopping by, hun. Hope you do enjoy your stay here, and you viewers as well. Miss Matoya. What a surprise! Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Ah, though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly asked you to grant us entry to the Antitower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? Aww. Well, here you are, though. Sorry to hear that you had a bad day, Crimson, but I do hope your stream made you feel better. The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago, and they have rented the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title upon me.
Perk, perk. I think I'm gonna get ready for bed, hon.
You sleep well, Foxer, okay?
Big smooch. Mwah.
It's...
Use it, cutie. Okay. Good night, my majestic flap flap.
Oh, brother. Sleep well.
Have a good night. Big smooch.
Peace. I shall. I can agree that people would view me as cute. Foxer still tries to deny it, though. I think they'll deny it till their dying day. During the Exodus, every entrance to the empty tower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the rewards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. Belle, you can go. Take the magicless rogue too, if you like. He's no use to me. The rest of you will stay and work, and I'll hear no arguments. Those are my terms. Oh, I should be delighted to accompany you. Lead the way, Fel. Banquet, no. Your etheric flow has been compromised. Do not deny it. To venture into an environment so thick with ether, so close to the ethereal sea, could risk further impairment or worse. But Minfilia could be in there waiting for us. And you would die. And for what? If she is waiting beyond, Fel and I will find her. Trust in him. Have faith. Damn it all. You're not wrong, Shripe. Bring her back to us. The anti-tower is now accessible. Who wants to play? Recruiting is open for party time. If anyone's on Crystal, that is. What about you, Darius?
In a quest.
Oh, you're in a quest. Let me know when you're ready then, okay? It's always more fun playing with a pre-made group than randos anyway. Go ahead and gather some goodies. Or not. I think I'm probably okay. What's this one? Oh, that's what it is. Well, if you want. So I think I know what everyone's gonna say anyway. There's your poll there. Anyway, be right back in just a moment, okay? Well, there was only one vote, but I didn't really think it'd be any different, you goof. Fluffy goober. Let's see if I can round up some people. There was yes, and there was no, and then there was memes. Lurky lurkin'. Sounds like what I do at night. Still in a quest, Darius?
Yeah, it's the level 60 job quest.
Alright, let me know when you can. I very much enjoy playing with friends and viewers for this.
Yeah, I know, it's funner that way.
Don't you mean more fun? Funnerer. What? Statuesque broom. That's kind of silly. I wonder how she deals with the humidity in the cave. Let's see. Okay. So apparently, part of the anti-tower, someone's going to need... if I'm tanking, I'm going to have someone purge the stun off of me so I could avoid the attack. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and just start running it, I guess. How long are you gonna be? Darius?
I don't know. This guy's going to be being a pain.
Alright. Let's see here. Yeah, I should be fine without knowing without having played this one much. Let's get on with it! Well, that was an instant queue. Alright, let's smash them all to pieces. I have no idea why I was worried about tanking with this character. With this job. This is stupid. Boing! Yeet! First boss done. Here we go. Wow, this is getting crazy. Alright, come on. Die off, die off, die off. There we go, that's done. Ziggy! There we go. And ding. And next, we have the creepy ass shit.
I'm not saying anything. Have fun.
I already know what it is. I remember it. Good God, this party is just burning everything into the ground. Oh, gee. This is upside down? Weird. Yikes. Why does this feel OP? It feels OP. Okay, that is hideous. No thank you. Aw, hello, Sai. How you doing? Burn, baby, burn! That was stupid easy. Commendation. Yay!
Hear, feel, think. Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia. Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think.
Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek.
Well, that was some alarming exposition.
Thank the 12! Did you find her? Did you find Minfilia?
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle? As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be. Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Mama Cat's intense.
Thancred, wait! No, this is all wrong.
There's a blessed few who get to choose how and when, and what for they die. Not that you need reminding, I suppose, but that boy... For all the suffering he has known, he still clings to the notion that there is a cosmic justice, a morality by which we are saved or condemned. And there isn't. She's not coming back, is she? I know that, I do. To give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must? What greater calling could there be than to stand against the dark as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice? The loss? I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones. Especially Philemon. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Urianga. He may have insight as what the word told us. As for you, Sel, after all that you have done, I would say you have earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Ser Emmerich while you were away. It would seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain it in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit? Madness.
Much sadness.
Lord Commander left instructions that you were to be shown inside.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the Worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change. Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink. We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Onward we go.
Yep. I have a ton of jobs to get to leveling up.
Yes, you do. I'm going to have quite a few once I get into Stormblood. Because that's when the leveling begins in earnest. And lots of class quests. Like a metric shit ton. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Here we go.
Let's face it, you like those thighs.
Midgard Sormir has a dump truck ass. You know it. In fact, most of the dragons do here. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor night and day to see it finished on schedule. Daramic wants it to be a symbol that would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but I made it mine. And to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can do better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go rest. I will not keep you. You would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Artorial and Amanalain, who have been graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you'd excuse me, I need to return to my duties. I am glad to see that the rumors are true. Well met, Master Balrian, and fear not. I have no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might have been informed of our plans. As you recall, the Daphnia may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Did you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Amaric was planning on making a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. Often do we get heroes like that in this day and age. He's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker. Got plans to better our lives, to change things. He'll do it. By the Fury, me and my friends, my family, we all believe he can do it. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all of them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've still got a healthy fear for being bathed in dragonfire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we'll be close to reconciliation comes as a great relief. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you'd told me that I would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. And here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Artorial, if I may, Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, and they would defy Samaric's commands if they dare attack Vidofnia. It will not come to that, but see that it does not. We must needs hasten to their encampment. Should they be far more reluctant to oppose us, we're a lord of House Photon present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Madeleine while I am away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty. Simple but honorable charge. Unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Whee! Onward!
You know, I just thought of something.
What?
My gears are only doing 2k to this guy in particular.
Uh-huh.
And he's a dark knight when my cures are hitting others for like 4 or 5k.
Weird. Why are you healing him less? Does he not have good gear on? That makes no sense.
I'm on my Scholar.
Hmm.
He is level 70 and full HQ.
Don't know what to tell you then. Was that Lord Artario leaving with the First Commander just now? I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Artario thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be safe for travelers, yet I've been forbidden to leave Falcon's Nest. Wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that's precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if you may. Right. These are points the scouts mark for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old boy. Come, Honorboy. Must return to my rounds. What? How are wolves going? Oh, he means the humans, the Elezen that are going to come with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that factor.
Oh, I figured out why he's taking so much bloody damage now.
Why?
No CDs.
No cooldowns?
He's not popped a single one.
Don't you just hate it when your tank's a bloody idiot? Like, I'm forgetful, but at least I try to pace out my cooldowns so I don't completely fuck it up.
He'll blast them all right off the bat in the first 30 seconds. Like he's in a raid or something. It's like...
Even in a raid, I struggle to see how that would be a good idea. That strikes me
Oh,
as...
he finally pops Rampart.
Well then. Hello, wolfies. So, guys, how much do you think the fan base would freak out if if Square actually ended up giving the Warrior of Light a voice? That would basically be a whole voice cast up into itself, wouldn't it?
Varies.
Well, how many voices do they have for each gender?
Well, since he is a specified character, they only need one voice.
Actually, no. Remember, the player character can take many genders and everything else.
Oh! You're referring to that time. That, okay,
What did you thought
just
I meant
wait.
by Warrior of Light?
I thought you meant that, Hume.
No, he has a voice.
Yeah, you just be patient.
It'd be a monumental task.
They've came to that bridge and crossed it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, really? So they put voice actors for the main character, for your player character.
Yes. They say only a couple of lines, but they still gave them a voice.
Probably enough to make people lose their shit.
Oh, no kidding.
They're like, my character talks, oh my god! Remember that Destiny moment? That was pretty bad. It was kind of weird and out of nowhere.
Yeah, but they have... With the way that Final Fantasy did it, you know it's good.
Probably. It was probably exercised subtly, but for emphasis.
Oh yeah.
And probably
Definite
deals with
emphasis.
the actual dialogue choice system. Let's see. Because honestly, it gets... Like, I can understand the idea behind having a mute character as the main character, but it's so much easier to get with a character that's voiced, and voiced well, with multiple decisions you can choose. Da-da-da-da. Not sure where Sonic Break is supposed to fit into a rotation, or have a point, really. Elbarian, Wolvesbane, it pleased me to inform you that I have completed my rounds. All is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there's a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made the arsonist confess. Clever, that. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting and deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him on an area neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Manalane's kind of a bumbling idiot. Lay your weapons, we come in peace. Lady Oshat told us tales of Adolfnir, and if she would trust in Sir Emmerich, then we too would hear what he has to say. The wolves caught us unawares. Were it not for this man, we surely would have died. Fancy meeting you here, Thel. It was fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? At me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what the other thrilling tasks he may have for us. I still think one of the coolest things was Midgard Sormir just deciding to upgrade from tiny flapping worm that follows you around to big dump truck Durgan that you just fly around on.
Yeah.
Ever since I saw that stupid meme about Pixar, I can't get dump truck ass out of my vocabulary. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice, you have guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you. And with that, there is naught left to do but enjoy our well-earned despite. You fucking dork. Oh, and this should of course go without saying, but let's keep these last few favors between us. Yes? Artorial wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of the barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Thel, I'll join you anon.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
Oh, it clipped the face. That was funny.
Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
You were right, Mother. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it.
This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Halone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
It's fine, I already did it.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them. They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin. All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do, makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Hey! Hey! Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by Dragon's Fang, or death by Nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
Couldn't have done that.
What have you done?
I only...
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
I dare say that could not have played out any worse. Given that the first commander and Lord Artorial are not here to take care of the situation. I spoke to a messenger who said they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Amanalaine has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. My wife and I fell off fleeing to the others at first, but sheer urgence tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything. For what? They were wrong to resort to violence. When I heard her speak, her words were a dagger in my heart. Those who decide that enough is enough, that their calls for justice can never be answered, will this be the end of it? Will be the others like them, and true brothers? I do not want to bear any steel against my kinsmen ever again. Do not know if I even can. I'd heard rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought that it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say to him and Sarah, take their bloody change and shove it up their asses. Not be taken in by that rot again. Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment it appears that no innocents were harmed by the gods. The blame for all casualties can place squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, people will not soon forget the image of the young lordling ordering public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Lord Artorial is the first commander, should have returned by now. By the tavern, then. Your first order of business is to speak with Lord Madeleine. I somehow doubt that he has moved an ilm since we last saw him. Fury take me, what a disaster. I should never have left. My apologies, Thel. You bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be a time and a place later for that. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we do now? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Madeleine ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Salkin's Nest posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others were resisted and struck down, while others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Chirurgeons are doing their best for her. She may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is likely the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much time and effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protests, people seem disillusioned. Spoke with them then. See. Amaric placed his trust in me. It can be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before. We will do so again. We can but find the means to remind them, to show them once more how the promise that change holds for all, and this tragedy too shall pass into the past. I must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference pending Sir Emeric's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon Nest. I attempt to deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead. Get up, Madeleine. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come on, Arroy. The manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Arroy? I sworn he was... Where is he? Hello, kitty. Go. Fuzzy feline.
Onawa! No, no! What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onawa?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kyrujin without delay.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
Absolutely decked. I'll take him to the Chirurgeons. That's the least I can do. How goes the leveling? Oh. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses. Convince yourself you have no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. That he... I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have more important matters to attend in Indishgard. You're expected, sir. Pray proceed. We received troubling reports from Falcon's Nest. What befell you there? Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Thel. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. It's rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? See, so that is the truth. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. It is further the cause of those misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we proposed to forge is beyond us. We dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begats, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they are left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Have we naught to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve. Mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmond. Ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past, without being beholden to it. Aye. Must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorifying their excesses. A difficult path to be sure, but I dare deny the scars which mar a nation's soul, lest we spur the disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. Clear, unambiguous enemy, undeniably righteous cause. A bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No troth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet, we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee will be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life that would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, victory under such circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism in truth. But if we should be defeated, though even we to hold our own against the cream of the nations, it be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count upon my support for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Amanalain take part in the grand melee. By his deeds he has brought shame upon Ishgard, and by his deeds I would see him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If it is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once to make arrangements for the grand melee. Should you have chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough. Make every effort to avoid me. Man. So that is their solution. A grand melee to unite the people. What part would they have you play in this? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have so heavily to rely. Will you oblige them? Their proposition is made. Will you stand for Ishgard once more? Well, when you put it like that, I suppose it would be a shame not to see it through to the bitter end. So, for this grand melee of his, Ser Emmerich wishes to field a force comprising of both Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. But, Thel, have you spoken with Ser Emmerich? I was aware of the Alliance's request. Ser Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me a reason to doubt his intentions, those desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the Watch... Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young Watch Commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of Watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. I still kind of wish that characters had racial abilities like they did in things like WoW. That'd be pretty cool. Thancred's been telling me about this, about Ser Emmerich's grand soiree. Teams are expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing. Because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, well, seems the first commander's gone and hand-picked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'll inspire the lads if you were. Might make their minds up getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? Ought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search the foundation, and you the pillars. I'm gonna bet the jeweled crozier would be a good idea to start. It's always where he hangs out anyway, isn't it? We'll find out. As usual, there he is. Time to browbeat him into it. I carried Honorroy to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him and speak. He has yet to wake, but surely he will. So father volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family always making decisions for me. No, it's not like that. It's just... You wouldn't understand. How could you? You're free to be the man you want to be, whereas I'm a son of House Forton, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do, right or wrong, that was the way of it. Till the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for purpose, place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I've convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honorroy, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, there is only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Ser Emmerich and I will make my own decision. Ooh, that's a lot of gil. this crap sold. Got that sold. Go, that part. What can I sell with you? Go. Sell that. Alright, I'm done fucking with the market. It drives me crazy. And it's boring. Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. I ask what matter manage attention. I see. Very well, you may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may?
I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time? Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Gods help me, I think it might be love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? It was a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, His honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause, but that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Well, this is going to be fun. Yikes. Tamarick informs me the Alliance leaders have agreed on his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here, in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made, and the Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, though. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to pitch yourself against Allied forces. Outside of Cottonwood, perhaps? I would not miss this for the world. I'm going to check something at Idleshire first. Idleshire. Ah! No option for this character. Oh well, it was worth checking. Wait, am I missing any pieces?
Lepis.
Hello, Reaper.
Hello, how are you?
What do, Potato?
I just got off VR for a bit. Was hanging out with another Dirg.
Dirgs every.
I agree. Huh, there's a new Dota anime streaming on Netflix.
A Dota anime?
Yeah, Steam's advertising. It's called Dragon's Blood.
Weird.
Yeah. Or the big red dirt behind him.
Alright. I'll be right back, guys. And then we go do the quest.
Shit.
Alright. Come back, guys. Let's continue. Then Balrian, you honor us with your presence. This is a scurious rumor going on that you will be taking the field with Ishgardians. It isn't true, is it? There he is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing, never mind. To think we were mere moments away from facing the cream of Eos' soldiery in battle. But I am a mere... but what if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Honorroy when he awakes. Okay, this is a quest where we shit bricks.
Dude, I can't wait to shit bricks.
Yes. You'll see what I mean soon enough. You are fighting the most powerful of the grand companies.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which allied companies, Gul'dan and Gridanian and Leminson folders will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. First company to get a tactical rating of 100 is declared victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with Fury's Gaze, which indicated an ethereal tether linking it to their flag. Most combatants will award you 1, these will award you 10. Art combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating them is key to victory.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
This thing is fucking hard, I know that though.
I'm hard. I mean, wait, what?
All is ready then. Very well.
And all of the 3 major leaders are the leading ladies.
Let the grand melee begin!
And all of them fucking badasses. Come on, come on.
Hey, I'm gonna get going for a bit, Lorgan. My dad's pestering me to
See
do
ya.
stuff already.
Be safe.
Hey, Lorgans.
You were just... I'm just heading out right now, Jay.
I know.
Go for
I just woke up.
Oh shit. Here we go. Here we go. This is gonna hurt. Oh god. Cyclops, everyone on your guard. All forces fall back. Nothing interrupts this. Nope. Daft sod. You heard it, man. Back to it.
Damn it.
All forces form a line on Thel now. Oh, Raubon. Oh, fuck. Yeet! Wow. Nope. He wants to play. Lieutenant, I will not lie. I was hoping it'd come to this. So then, shall we dance? He wants to hog the glory. This is all the crazier since I'm actually with the Eternal Flames in this case. Mortal Flame, here we go! Shit. Yes! Why was that so hard for me when I first did it? What the hell? And hey Jay, how you doing? Lepis.
Did he win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
Yes!
Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors. Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Oh.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen. given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
He knows all too well.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them. Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
Whee! That was badass! Long as I live, I shall never forget that duel. Inspiring and humbling in equal measure. I feel honor-bound to point out, however, that my father was fighting one-handed. Balls, I've forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. You know how far you've come? How much you might have endured, your fight only confirmed it. We shall now do this again. When time allows, I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. Lead on, Father. Then again, playing on an overgeared tank that deals this high damage probably made it a lot. Get your goodbyes. In all the years I've known Roban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory. The Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Thel. You made this happen. For those we yet can save. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have brought us victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital, Come, let us see what reception awaits us. So what you up to, Jay?
What's going on?
What you up to?
My lord!
I was cooking something. I still am cooking something, but I heard you say my name.
Ah, just checking on in between the cutscene.
Yeah. I also, once I get my driving test done, I'll let you know.
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal.
Excellent.
And I have naught but several scars to show for it.
Glad to hear that's
Which
going.
I have been
They had to reschedule my appointment at the BMV though, but it is
Fair.
what it is.
You'll get there eventually.
Yeah. And then when I do, I already have a car lined up that I want to get.
Excellent. Seems like you're getting things in line.
Yeah, very much so. And my boss gave me a small raise for my last few paychecks, so.
Sweet. That's amazing.
Very.
Good on you and her.
I see. And to think I was worried sick of you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, when I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emmanuel, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
Hey, Helios. How you doing, kitty? Eep.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Stola and the others.
Pretty sure you don't have a bad eye. Why are you wearing that blindfold, dude?
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
They say you defeat dual General Raubon in the Ring of Flame. I'd think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I learned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others, only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently returned when you had left for Falcon's Nest, and I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I won't rely on you overmuch when we are together. I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. Let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Atarel has need of our assistance. And teleport! Boop! Here we go. Gotten sucked in, I don't want to stop. Well met, Master Balrian, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely and that he did not dishonor the house. But you, my lord, we owe you everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and all will be welcome to attend. So they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is much to be done. I would speak to you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphino, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. That clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait? We'll have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins. I get the feeling that's a hint to take a brief bathroom. So, be right back in just a minute or so. I don't have an AFK thing anymore because I haven't remade it. So be right back. Oh, you evil kitty. I always know you're up to no good. Naughty meow meow. Naughty. Prepping myself a drink real quick. Get this lovely white powder into here. E-fuel. your brains out of strange places. Gonna have to get more tubs soon. At least of my favorite flavors, because they're running out. Okay. Here we go. Come on. Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. Of course you're a silly kitty. I've known that since like 2009, is it now? How long have I known you? Good God. Over 10 years now, I think. Here we go! Cinematic time! Yeah, kinda is, isn't it?
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
Hey, HD Jackal!
She begged leave to watch the proceedings.
How you
I saw
doing?
no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
That's good to hear. Welcome on in. This is a good part.
How long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearn to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war.
That's a female dragon.
Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
Seven hells.
rebels, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they departed with hatred and bloodlust. Till the moment I saw him strike, still held some small hope that you had seen. That's what you had seen in Az's law was an illusion, perhaps. But he acted without hesitation, as did Ser Emmerich. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Rannoch's shrine to retrieve care from her brethren. But we can hope that her recovery is swift. But such was truly Nidhogg's intent. To deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan, but his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us, stand apart. She was an example, message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance like Estinian. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisioned rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light, or even my fellow scion, you, Thel, my friend. But not here, no. But of course, the intercessory camp at Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside?
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I, in our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshfon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try. Lord Orshafon would be proud. I knew you would understand. Together, we will surely find a way.
Thank you, Thel. It is unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner. Time after time, but I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all our fellow Scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right. That is quite enough solemn introspection for one night. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. Days for us at Four Town Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. Yet again, we walk all too familiar path. I am reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear! Let no one say the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking to Ida and Papalimo, or if we gave up hope in bringing Menphilia back. Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Menphilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, the rift between Zodiac and Heidelin, and of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much more we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy into triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. We've learned the emote battle stance. Okay then.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming.
Rawr.
Welcome back. How's it going?
Just got done cleaning the bathroom.
Hey. We're still doing cinematic. Welcome back, though.
Okay. Yeah.
But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Mm-hmm.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
Ow. Pikachu hoodie.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price.
There's that pot. Alright.
Twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raised their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
From the memoirs of Count Edmund de Forton, Heavensward, the gears have changed. Sorry, the scene just wasn't quite over. Even then, it's not over.
No worries.
Caution, Ida, is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. That underwear can't be very effective on her. Hey. Berg. Keyboard.
Yes. I muted myself after I...
Okay. Sure. Oof. Ah, Master Balrine, it is well you are here. You are wanted within. Leave Master Alphino wishes a word with you. Ah, Fel, there you are. Have you a moment? There's something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment which Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of a Stinian. Its sight just chilled the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation in Az's Law, I feared him lost forever, but the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, it is no evidence to support this impression. Thus, I turned to Y'shtola and Krile for a more empirical appraisal. Full glad I am that I did, for it would seem that they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting. Should have known I'd get sucked into this game hardcore this way.
The big suck.
The big suck with 5 C's.
5 cc's of suck.
That's probably not all that much suck. Actually, oh god, that Makode was wearing a Titus outfit. I hate it.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
You say Titus outfit?
Yep.
We had some rather fine mold.
Oh, they're wearing a good boy outfit.
Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Wrong Titus. Tidus. D is in Delta.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us?
Fair enough, Reaper. Be safe, though. All I ask.
You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when you took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the great worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Finally back.
Would that only his armor had been
Cinematic.
corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean...
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino, by all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah, I found you at last. A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then, Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
Question, Tiny Dragon.
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
What news has Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? Might Sir Emmerich perchance have received word of a Dravanian advance? Mayhap they have located this... That is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelga?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelga's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then, we will depart at your leisure.
Thank you, both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
I have no idea, Helios. Something screwy with your notifications. Have you checked your power settings on your phone? I'm assuming that's where you got it. grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat. No imposition, Sir Emmerich. The Thelonai Ishgard is a second home. After the many battles we have fought, the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. Wow, that's stupid. Nice job, Twitch. Our true friends. Shall we be about our past task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, so we must assume that the time is not our ally. Indeed, with that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mrs. Tataru he will be escorting me to Samal. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvalgr at Zenith, turning mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best we pay a visit to Anix Shrine. Seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this as part of our concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. The Dravanian Forlens, then. And teleportation onward. Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. Hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon, full grown, and thou thought to protect me? I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight, whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace where man and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our ever effort would not be undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain. We lack the strength to banish him. Thus we make for Samal. Beseech your sire once more. Folly. Thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Hraesvalgr's heart remains unchanged then. A pity. But if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way of thy kind. Go then, but we warned, the shade's presence hath driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. And onward. 3 slots remaining in inventory, that's ominous. Winning over the worm. Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. It would seem our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alphino. Scout ahead if you wish, Thel. We shall join you outside Mogholm.
I'm gonna dip out a call. Have a good one.
You have a good one and be safe, okay?
Will do.
Yay! The fluffy palm balls. Google's with an axe, that's funny. I heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of to its majesty. You lived to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estenian and Gazelle walked at our side. Popo? Is that you, Thel?
It's me again.
Hello. Ah, if it isn't Don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Koopa. After all we've been through together. At least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Thel? Ugh. How could you mistake me for that overstuffed throne warmer? I'm Moghan, the courageous Skirgle who guided you to Zenith, Koopo. But, putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Koopo? Ah, another audience with old Hraesvalg, eh? Well, I hope you've brought the horn, Koopo, with the winds as gentle as they are. A great loud toot should reach the great worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. We had best press on to Zenith while the winds are still in our favor. Now that is unexpected. Chief Moglin will want to hear about this. Teleport! Oof. We must win race, Valgo, to our cause. Failing this, and Ishgard's fate is all but sealed. No, that was Midgard Sormer. The semi-compact edition. Pray sound the horn, Thel. Thank you for the follow, Overlord. Welcome on in. How's it going? You dare summon me again, mortals?
Great race, Velga. 'Tis not likely that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Res Velga. I am Emmerich de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
Parley, thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg mine aid in the battle against the shade of my brood brother. Your dad giving you trouble, Reaper?
You foresaw mine intent.
Fair enough, Overlord. Uneventful is always good. Well, Stadia's doomed, so... oh well. Sorry about that, Reaper. You're just gonna have to wait for Stadia to die and the people who developed the game to put it somewhere else. That, or get one of the new consoles in a year or two. Yeah, it is very anti-consumer. Very anti-consumer. And here's the thing. Sony isn't exactly very consumer-friendly at all. They decided to go with the standard $70 price, too. Personally, I think one of the best deals currently is Xbox Game Pass. But I've beaten that dead horse repeatedly, so I'm not going to dive into it too much. Well, there's nothing left but pulp. You're right, Helios. Personally, the way I see it, you get a console for your main gaming, or a PC, and then you pick up a Nintendo console. That's what I do. And once things start getting far cheaper, you pick up the one you're missing if there has games that you're actually interested in. But Sony seems to be porting things to PC, so that's less incentive for me to buy a PS5. Because if I wait long enough, chances are what I want will come to PC. Yeah, but probably not a Series X, Helios. I don't think you have the magic chimney.
Literally the only reason that I want a PS5 is for Final Fantasy 16.
Just wait for it to come to another platform, honestly.
Yeah. By then, the PS5 will be available and probably be cheaper.
Yeah. But wait, and you can get it on PC. And by then, you can probably get it with all the DLC included.
If it ever freaking comes to PC, I mean, I was hoping 7 Remake would come to PC with Integrate, but...
Dude, you're kind of rushing ahead. It's probably not going to come out until the whole thing's out. Patience. Patience is rewarded, generally speaking.
7 Remake, when it's fully finished, I'll be an old man by the time that comes out.
Oh well. I don't think we're going to be old men, and here's the thing. There's tons of other good games we can... So, let's play our cards and be cheapskate. And thank you for the follow, Excaliburnator. Welcome on in. Nice to have you.
Excaliburnator? Oh my goodness, it's a cutie.
Oh, look. It's a bot. It probably put that link in.
Oh, hi there. Yeah.
I'm guessing that was a bot that tried to say, did I want to be famous, didn't it?
It did, yes.
You got to hit with the squeaky hammer. Yay!
Bonk!
Excellent. Awesome, awesome.
Omae wa mo shinderu. Nani?
Mobile gaming? Most of it's a joke, but Square has put some cool games on it, like Final Fantasy, like a lot of Final Fantasy ports to it. Like you can play Final Fantasy 3 and several others on it on phones. It's not bad.
Yeah, don't you want to become famous?
Yeah, totally not a scam. Besides, all they'll do is like lie to you, take your money, and then send a bunch of bots to your channel, which will probably get you banned. And let's be honest, I'd rather have actual people hanging out with me because they want to see things now. Like living, breathing people. They're more entertaining to talk to. They're more fun to be around. Oh my god, what the hell is wrong with the air conditioner?
All hot and bothered.
I am so not built for the South. No.
Also, how's Excaliburnator? The cutie proto?
I don't know. Why don't you ask? They seem to be
I am
doing
asking.
well.
I am asking.
Anyway, continue with the cutscene. But I have read that which is plain in thine eyes. Would thou had wit enough to scry the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down, as thou well knowest. Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone and despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know that upon that accursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and thy kind became unto the harbingers of despair. Quite a bit. We're heading towards the apex of the story. However, I have uploaded all the other previous ones, and I think yesterday's just hit YouTube if I scheduled it correctly. No, we do not want ape sex leggings. Oh God, Reaper. Anyway. Only Shiva's gentle dream that preventeth me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. I permit my children to offer or deny thee aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of my brood brother's coming, that they wouldst dare ask more of me but affirmeth thine incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceivest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Rizel upon your back?
Isail, piteous, deluded Isail. The child did lament her past sins, and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion. And for my own part, thy countenance no longer hands the evil men to use my brood brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry. Even were thy motor truth in thy reasoning, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay mine own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou wouldst strike down thy friend, and by example of thy righteousness persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred. Heed me, child. The servants of Eidolon envision a different outcome. They intend salvation, not only for Ishgard, but for the doomed Dragon Slayer as well. Believest thou this shade had be Nidhogg returned? It is not merely a manifestation of his vengeance, the shadow cast by thy brood brother's rage. I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee into greater remorse. While this shade of vengeance remains, the future is ever uncertain. Nidhogg's transformation into Rage Incarnate is, in part, of mine own doing. I rendered unto him mine eye, and empowered his revenge thereby. But 'tis the purity of my brood brother's blast that lendeth him this all-surpassing might. Hast thou strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow, I wonder? Would seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. I shall await thee in the ruins wherein Ratatoskr once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. Long boy! Yay! Butt wings. I believe I spied a wyvern just outside the palace. That is doubtless one of the children of whom Sraesvalga spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. Yes, naughty Moogles spying upon us. Brood mates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Thor Kai now accessible. It's dungeon time, peeps! Anyone want to play? Oh, that's a stretch. That's a stretch. Yes. It's good. Yes. Alright, first let's see if that armor in my inventory is an improvement. Guard this. Guard this. Let's organize some of this shit. I have so much stuff in my inventory. Well, I'm going to put that in the chest. Let's go ahead and organize our inventory real quick. Be right back here to do this. We are on our way. I'm out of glamour prisms, wouldn't you know it? Ah, well. I think I cleared enough space, though. Alrighty then. Be right back, and then it's Sorkai we go. A moment. Alright, here we go. More tanky goodness. It's time to make things explode. And it's already ready. Oh, you dork. I see what you do there. So silly. Yep. Ha-ha! Are you gonna hit the button, you silly damage dealer? Come on. Hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the button. Ah! Helicopter cat. Oh, you son of a bitch. Come on. Come on. Come on. Press the button. 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 Yes. Yes. Press it. Press it. Press it, Daddy. Press it. Oh, there we go. Alrighty, Reaper. Oh, we got a spicy healer. Ugly shoe boxes. Ever creative, I see, Helios. There we go. Dandelion Granddaddy. Oh. Well, hello, Moglin. Come on, you overgrown puffball. Footy tat. More like flying rat. Fair enough, you made your point. Here we go. I spy Burb. Die, buzzard! Okay, good. I've got no DPS pulling something extra when I'm not looking. There we go. Oh! I see the mistake I made. Ow. Helios! Oh, I hate it. Yeet! Here we go. Nidhogg will spare thee no clemency, neither shall I. Oh geez, I forgot this one. Okay. This is gonna be fun. Dancing with dragons in the fucking sky. Oh! Ow. And done. I remember that being such a hard fight a long time ago. One's done. What? Even bereft of an eye, my brood brother was a fearsome foe indeed. But having tasted thy strength firsthand, I do begin to see how thou didst bring him low. Eidolon chose her servants well. Very well. I shall trust in the seed of man one last time. By thy deed shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet within my heart be rekindled anew, or extinct forever.
Your trial is ended as well, then?
Mine was brutal beyond reckoning. Vedfalnir seems ill-acquainted with the notion of mock battles.
That you yet stand is ready proof of your determination. Let us fight as allies. Together banish my brood brother's vengeful shade. On my oath, the wrath that once was Nidhogg shall meet its end. This I swear, in memory of my beloved Shiva, and on the soul of lost Giselle. Oh, my poor ribs. Hraesvelgr saw fit to pair me with Vidofnir, but her ferocity was such that I began to wonder if I hadn't simply imagined her injury. Yet my trial pales in significance next to yours. How fared you in your duel with Hraesvelgr? I take it from your battle is rather more involved than my own. Vedfalnir seemed largely concerned with how long he could keep me rolling in the dust. Between dodging snapping fangs and slashing claws, I scarce had time to aim a blow. Had he truly meant to harm me, of course, I would not be standing here now. Plainly his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of a dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Oop, oh. Now let me begin by congratulating you on completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Did you see how my wings are kinked? Even my paw makes after this drubbing. I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time. Possibly indefinitely. What? What I told you about Thel's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Moghan. Triple? That's not fair! There's no justice, Kupo, not at all! And met by a collective, confused...
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelgr's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Not so much leveling, I'm way ahead of that. I'm finishing up the story of Heavensward. Because I'm already high enough level to go to Stormblood. That level 70 road to that level 70 XP rate boost, the road to 70 buff, is fucking insane. But to answer the question more directly, yes, very well.
The cry heraldeth is coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
And here we come to what could largely be considered the finale, I think. Let's hope I don't fuck it up tanking it. An end to the song. Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. I'm planning on taking a leveling break from the story and just leveling up all the classes a lot. Once I finish Heavensward, probably. Or once I start getting close to 70 on all the classes. Know then what that roar portendeth.
I must return to my city without delay.
I shall lend you our wings. Let us meet Nidhogg on the field of battle and together bring an end to his wrathful song. Well, this is technically an alt. This is not my original character. I created it not long after being brought back by my friend Freyr. I was kind of bored, so I decided I'm going to play through the game again. And here I am streaming Heavensward. Because I think this story should be seen by even people who don't want to play MMOs. It is a stunning story.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. We must hold.
fury. That one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Oh fuck, the controller's dead. Jeez, the battery life of the DualSense sucks. Come here, you ugly son of a bitch! Wherefore standest thou with these vermin, brother? Abandon this war shade. The suffering thou sowest serveth no end. The traitor's progeny have learned their forefathers' betrayal and seek to make amends with our kind. Never shall our grief be assuaged, nor our loss forgotten, but reconciliation may yet halt the spread of this plague of enmity. Forsake thy vengeance and be at peace. What soft-handed ramblings are these? Thy dalliance with that vile maid hath robbed thee of thy wit. Mayhap her cloying perfume. Thou darest speak thus of my beloved. Ah, so the flames of rage may yet be kindled. I feared thy heart's fire had long since gone out. But waste not thy fury on words, brother. Thou shalt have need of it for the battle. Oh! Thou art weak, Falcus, the slithering worm who fawneth on the vermin, who should rightly be his prey. For 1,000 years I have fought without cease. Didst thou think to prevail against me? Glory not in thy victory. The battle is not yet. My power and my hope I have entrusted. Thine eye, what hast thou done? Ooh, thou would trust a mortal with thy strength. I know thee. 'Twas thou that intrude upon my lair and best half of me. But now I am whole, naught in creation shall deny my vengeance. I'm gonna just let it play from here on out. And here we go! The big one! I'm going to just let the thing speak for itself. Goodness. I'm turning up the game music just a bit. Oh, come on. Please. Accept it. Come on. Come on. Be a good boy. Press the button. Be a good boy. Here we go. Hey, Snowy. I'm doing great. Just can't focus on that in a moment. I'll be with you guys in a sec. Sit back and enjoy the finale. Here you go. Let's watch the finale together. Well, here we go.
Estinian!
I'm doing good.
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg! Thou shalt die by my hand!
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey!
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued! You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice, a binary to her king.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Yet this bond of hope, my treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Ustra udin instra rare. Anhesnesh. One in nest ikman. Keifta.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed, but no, the past is done. We must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Well, I think there's taking damage, and then there's taking damage dimension. Because once you're at death's door anyway, wow. Though to battle with Nidhogg's shade will beget many an epic ballad. Well, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal victories. Though, I must admit, I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be effused to his mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Pray, let us visit Lucia and bring news of his condition. Well, Master Alphino, my honored friends, as if winning Hraesvelga to our cause was not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his rude brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution is hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Thel and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. Speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our Hospitalia captain. I'm told he has yet to regain consciousness. But, as you know, Justinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient, and allow for the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Emmerich is never long from Justinian's bedside. I will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if you have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. I miss Heavensward Scholar. I loved it. But Square killed it. At least to me. Very well, First Commander. Come, Thel. It would seem they were waiting at Fort Tom Manor. That dodo looks like a frickin' tiny cotton ball. Welcome, Master Valgrian. Shall I show you inside the manor?
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you.
He's grown up.
And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
Hello,
My lord's
Wolf.
command was certainly watchful.
How are you?
He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
Oh, you little shit, Honorroy.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Well, I hope that does go smoothly for you when time comes, Wolf. I kind of miss being able to hang out. Seems that our schedules don't really line up all that much, does it? Well, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino? Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hraesvagr's trial and what followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. My own friendship with Estinian began some years past. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so, it might have remained, had fate not set to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon. We were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained as intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alphino, he sees something of his lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphino has found an elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once. I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He's a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is required at the infirmary. Is he... Tell them I'm on my way. Quickly, Thelm, we must go to him. Alright. If anyone's got to go to the bathroom, now's the time, because it's going to be one of those long sets of cutscenes. So, be right back in just a minute or two. Okay, I am back. So, we're going to go ahead and begin in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cue cutscene.
Estinian.
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Emmerich. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. "'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age. Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten. The din of war, giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Memoirs of Count Edmund de Forton, Heavensward. I wouldn't doubt it. Just no spoilers. We're going to probably go through Stormblood on stream too, for those who want to experience it as well. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds, in an all too rare moment of idleness, when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending his way towards the city. Nay, it was too grave a matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state, than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes, in some small measure, the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle? An archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords. But these questions are not for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take a path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we remain Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us to lay this groundwork, but for men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear a word with Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend in your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Thel. Please, convey my warmest regards to Master Alphinaud. Welcome, Master Balrion. Shall I show you inside? Why, yes, of course. You spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet, though her people may stumble from time to time, I know that none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains a small manner of ushering in a new dawn for the shadow of the inscrutable Axian machinations that seemed endlessly procession of primals. And we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. They travel to a selection of distant locales. Thank you, Blandhaus. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous with you at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then? Aye. There is naught to concern us, aside from the overly curious mouse. This way. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part as we play ours. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rose above, voices joined in song, but beneath the shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light. And with that, I think this is as good a place as any to go ahead and call it for the day. They could possibly be Helios. I'm not going to go ahead and say anything, even if I know the answer. For that, we'll have to continue onward. But today, I think I've probably been streaming way longer than I probably should have. I got sucked in hard, needless to say. So, that said, if you want to keep an eye on when we go live, you can go ahead and keep an eye on the socials here, including Twitter, which will have an automatic notification when we go live. Yeah, 8 hours. But also the Discord, at which the bot will go ahead and post whenever I go live there as well. And finally, I'm trying to make an effort to go ahead and schedule everything to post to YouTube as per usual. The previous days should already be up on it, so those who haven't seen that can go see everything leading up to this portion for the Heavensward playthrough, along with other assorted bullshit of mine. That said, let's go ahead and find somebody to go ahead and raid. Let's see who there is on right now. Not quite sure, because I'm not usually still streaming this late. I'm doing a bad. Let's see. Who can we pester, I wonder? Well, well, well. How about another interesting story game? We've got Darius the Snow playing Hollow Knight. So, but I know that's a pretty good one. It pissed me off no end because I suck at it, but it's pretty fun. So, we're gonna go ahead and pay him a visit today. So, everyone give him your best. I loved having all of you here, and thank you ever so much for coming. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. I'll be here after about 7 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. So, with that, let's go ahead and commence it, shall we? Let's see, I need to get my command in. And bingo. Loading. Da-da-da-da. And see you all. Ta-ta for now.